Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Good morning, good afternoon, test YouTube traders. How are you today? I hope the sound is okay. Hi, Vitas. Oh, you're an early bird today. Nice to see you. Hi, Brian. Good morning. Steve C. DVG. Okay, I'm just going to be here until you're not going to join. Thank you for letting us know. Hi, Clifton. Nice to see you. And everyone, looks like this is going to be another great day for the market, especially with some developments on the tariffs. But even before we just start our usual preparation session, please just check the monitor which I've shared, which is about great sales, earning season sales here by the test. So if you are interested, please just write me an email or you can just go to this page and explore it yourself. A maximum of 28%, it is just can get you can get for a discount on the TEFs packages and even on the challenges. So if you are just thinking on that, please just let me know. No sound for you. Okay, let me know if I get my sound on. Yes, how about now? My headset always tricks me, guys. Sorry for that. So I'm just going to repeat again. Sorry for that, guys. Sound is good now. Thank you, Tara. Thanks, Anne. Neo White, thank you for letting me know. Great. Thanks a lot, guys. So again, welcome everyone in the test trading room, in the 44 trading room test VIP room. Very nice to see you here on a Wednesday, hump day, middle of the day, as Scott used to say. Scott is not going to be here with us today, but DVG is going to join to the VIP room traders in like some minutes after they start. Until that point, I'm going to be here with you for you. Hi, Davida. Hi, Brian. Nice to see you. Steve C. Clifton, thank you very much. I could not have a weekday. Oh, sorry. Yes. Without hearing, I thank you, Anne. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Apple, JP Morgan, and Amat on your list. Thank you very much, Vida. It's fantastic. And guys, just explore our great earning sales if you are just planning to get for a TEFS funded account, even for a TEFS challenge. Please just check out. You can get personal coaching, subscription to the VIP room for DVJ and Scott, and a lot more. Please just check out. And if you have any questions, just let me know. All right, guys. So let's see what has happened so far on the market. Indeed, not too much, I would say, but on the other hand, a lot. And this lot, it's thanks to the tariffs developments because it was just one news which just got the Dow futures 200 higher, 200 points higher than the Dow itself. And the reason for that, the Japan and US trade deal, guys, this is the official big trade deal between US and the big nation. And this is about a 15% tariff only. So it's a quite of acceptable tariffs deal. And now Europe is happy and definitely cheering up for a great deal between Europe and US because this is going to be the next one according to Trump's agenda. Also, let's see, because as you know, 1st of August, it's almost here, so they need to be really quick in closing the deal indeed. So let's see what's going to happen. But this euphoria, it is just driving the markets higher this morning. And how higher? I'm just going to tell you soon indeed. Just a second. I have so many browser it's open now. So SPY is up 0.38% and the triple Q is up 0.09. Yesterday, though, the triple Q lagged in the results because it just ended in red, and though SPY was green, new all-time high, of course. And today the SPY looks like it's going for even more to the upside. Adding Oracle to your list, Vidas. Thank you very much. I'm just going to check it soon. So traders, regarding the market, this is the biggest news indeed, the Japan-US trade deal indeed. And of course, today, the Magnificent Seven starting with Tesla earnings after the market close and Google too, plus even IBM. So a lot is going to happen today. Even about that, we will get some economic news, 23rd of July. Wednesday, we will get existing home sales at 10 o'clock, and that's it, plus crude oil inventories at 10:30. So not a huge economic update or news on that front indeed. Okay, traders, what else has happened all around the world thanks to the tariffs deals? As I told you, or deal, everything is just going higher. Europe very much optimistic about their tariff deal regarding the U.S. tariffs. It's nothing yet, so no deal done yet. They're just hoping that after Japan they are going to be let's call it lucky enough to get at least that good deal or even lower. Asia is up as well, especially the Nikkei after this great news, but even Hang Seng is just going higher. Futures bright and green. US 10 years are not moving too much. And on the crypto side, the Bitcoin at the moment is not the strongest. Actually, it's just still hovering around this 118,000 level. Hi, Blake. Nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, traders. So indeed, seems like that this is going to be another green day, at least for the S&P 500. Let's see how the triple Q is going to perform today after a red day. Tesla earnings are hours away. Here is what matters for the stock. We have, of course, a lots of opinions and articles about not just Tesla, but Google and even IBM. On the international side, it is about, again, the three deals. Trump shifts gears to EU after striking a Japan deal, and even the Germany's auto giants rallying as the US-Japan trade deal raises hope of a tariff breakthrough. So let's see whether it's going to happen at all indeed, because we know Trump, he's a little bit like, you don't know what's coming next kind of thing can happen. So be careful. Hi, Zainab. Nice to see you. Good morning. All right, traders, let's see the big movers. We have some, and with us you have mentioned already some. As you can see, I still have a trade in, guys, with this 50 shares of DHI. It has not reached my stop loss point, so I just left it in, which was a great decision because I just got a huge winner just with this last 50 shares. I had a beautiful green day yesterday, and especially this DHI was one of my biggest mover and winner indeed. I'm just going to close it after the opening bell. Okay, guys, so let's see the big movers for today. We have, of course, several big earnings stocks as well. Okay, Hasbro is the first one, which added 3% higher in pre-market after the toy maker reported second quarter results that beat the analyst expectations. So let's see how does it look like on the daily chart, but seems like Hasbro can be our first long candidate. Bit extended on the daily for me. Looks still strong. Let's see whether this is enough for the stock to push it higher. Indeed, I mean this news. I don't like too much that it's really a bit extended on the daily, but let's see whether this bull flag can be continued. So Hasbro, it's my first long candidate. We will get some shorts and on the secondary list as well. So let's see what is the next SAP US listed shares of the enterprise software. This is down 4% after the company posted a 9.03 billion euros for second quarter revenue, missing the estimates. All right, so SAP can go to a short list, but just before that, I'm just going to check on the daily chart as there is no DVG and Scott today. I mean, DVG is going to join, as you can see. some minutes after the opening bell. I have time, so we can just check all of the daily charts. SAP actually, as you can see, it's not a US stock. You can just see it very nicely from the daily chart as well. But this is a quite of a big mover. Volume is not that bad, not even the best. I'm going to give a chance for that stock to the short side, but not my ultimate favorite, to tell the truth. Next one, TXN, cheap stock dropped 10% out. So maybe this is making the little headache for the semicons again. Let me just check how Nvidia and the others are doing. Unity is very red. Roblox, hopefully Roblox, I'm not going to miss the short on Roblox today as I missed yesterday. But if I'm just checking, Nvidia is not that weak at all, 1.11% lower. So seems like the chip stock TXN. Let's see. Yeah, this is the earnings. Did not get a bad impact on the chip stocks yet, at least. So TXN, Texas Instruments, is just moving lower after the firm released the third quarter forecast that missed the estimate. So let's see the daily chart on that. TXN, it's lower with 10. Wow, that's a huge move. It's extended on the daily chart and it's falling, so that's a good sign for a great short, in my opinion. I really like it. Hi, Marco. PAPL. I'm just going to watch it in a second. So TXN traders can go to a short list. AD&T, it's another earning stock with the symbol of T, which was not that lucky either because it's just moving lower. So this can be eligible for our short candidate. And yeah, and in this case, the volume is much better, like by the SAP. In Phase Energy, solar stock dropped 8% after the firm issued third quarter revenue guidance that just came below the Wall Street's estimates. I don't think so. It's a big surprise for everyone because lately the solar stocks are quite suffering from these tax and bills and news and laws from Trump. So this is definitely not the best. Also, I must tell you, it's down 5% already. As I see, 40 is just played as a quite of a strong support for that stock. However, if you check the daily chart, there is still to go till the yearly low indeed. So I can assume that might, if it's going to drop under this $40 again, might we are going to see it even lower. Hi Ryan, nice to see you. Tesla and coin definitely sign up. Tesla, it's the earnings stock, and at the moment Tesla, I'm just looking for it on my list. I cannot find it. It's hiding from me. Okay, Tesla is not the strongest today, 0.32%, and even Google, 0.26% down. Both of them are going to release the earnings after market close. Traders, of course, it's going to be on my list. Next one on the list, though, of mine on the new stock, it's Capital One. This is a bank stock, COF, which is higher pre-market after the consumer lenders' earnings crushed the expectations. So let's see whether COF it still can climb higher, but first we definitely need to check the volume, pre-market volume, which ouch, it's a quite low volume, but you know what, we do not have too many candidates so far, so let's just give a chance to the long side. ISRG, which is definitely a big mover, $500 stock, much higher pre-market after the firm beat the Wall Street estimates for the second quarter profit and revenue. ISRG, let me just check the pre-market volume because we need that as well to decide whether it's eligible or not. Wow, very low volume, but I love the daily, guys. Okay, ISRG and COF. I'm going to move both of them to the long side, but let's just be careful with the stock traders because the volume, why I am checking all the time the pre-market volume, especially comparing to the price of the stock, because if it's a very pricey stock and the volume is low, it means that there will be a problem with the liquidity. That means that the spread can be huge, and even you need to be very careful with the share size of yours, okay, if you are just going to take it indeed. So I saw G to the long side, but again, not my ultimate favorite. And HLT is the last one, Hilton Worldwide. The hotel stock just slipped 2%, despite Hilton posting the second quarter earnings and revenue beat. But I think that they even raised the full year earnings guidance. So what's the problem here? I don't know actually, but let me just check the daily chart and might we will see it very much extended maybe. And this is going to be, yeah, it can be a sell the event kind of a thing on the HLT. Anyway, the volume is, it's not, by this stock, it's really low. So, and in this case, I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. Triple Q to hold 550. I'm going to watch it. Okay, traders. So let's just see your trades. Oracle, you mentioned you are going to put it on your list. Let me just check Oracle. How does it behave? Maybe you think it's going to be a reversal of the daily? You guys, yeah, Oracle we can watch definitely. Oh yeah, KSS from yesterday, which was a fantastic winner together with SBET with Amir. This though it just could not move too much after that. Today it's in a smaller red, but yeah, you're right. Let's see whether it just can make some more move here. Hi Darren, nice to see you. Good morning. So KSS, I'm just going to put it onto the secondary list and let's see SBET whether this can be another nice mover today. SBET yesterday just made a nice doji. That means that this can be still a possible reversal on the stock. Now it's down 2%, but I'm going to watch it on my list for sure. RKT, Dina Brigskroder, good morning to you. Long, okay. RKT, let me just check it. RKT. Rocket companies at the moment is up a lot. Yes, you are right, 8%. This is though the third big green day for the stock. Let's see whether it can push even higher. Beautiful volume, pre-market volume. Still looks like that the bulls are moving it higher, much higher indeed. And DNUT, which is up 40. Wow, that's definitely a huge mover. I'm just going to move this to the secondary list. Thank you for that tips for sure. ENPH, DNT, ABVA, thank you, Darren, for your list as well. Nice. Some of them are on my list as well. And Tesla and Coin you mentioned too. Let me just check them. Tesla at the moment, as I mentioned you, it's weaker. It's earnings coming. I'm going to watch both Tesla and Google, but I'm going to be careful with the stocks, guys, because they can be a quite crazy and volatile today, which I still see and strong is BABA, PDD, like the Chinese stocks, BBAI, you and SoundHound is back to the green too. PLTR, it's up over 150 again, 1% after such a crazy day yesterday on the PLTR, but my today is going to be on the reversal list. So I'm going to move it even to the long list. And to the short list, actually, I'm going to keep an eye on Roblox and Unity traders because both of them are quite weak. They seem to me a little profit taking in process. AVGO is quite weak too, together with coin. AVGO is down minus 1.11%, the same profit taking in my opinion. And on the coin it is just around this $400 level. I feel like if it's breaking 400 then might the bulls are getting into a trouble there, so we can watch even coin and AVGO. Existing home sales 10 o'clock exactly, Vidice. Hopefully it's going to move the market. I think we have enough great candidates here. I'm just going to post it soon, posting it here on the YouTube as well. And let's see, because of that, I could not see Darren's list. So Darren, you have DNT, ABVX, GPro, okay, MANH, RKT, KSS, Google, Sophie, SOFI, and ENPH to the short side, SAP, TXM for sure, and MCHP. Nice. DNUT, not DNT. Okay, thank you very much, Darren. Beautiful list indeed. Hi, Jeff. Good morning. LMT negative earnings yesterday. Yes, it had. and it can be, the second day of moving on that stock. Let's see whether it's going to be like that. It's not that strong today, but yesterday it was a huge red day for that stock. Look at that. We have not seen these prices since 2023 and September on the LMT. I agree with you, Mike. It's going to give more back indeed, so I'm going to watch it. So which one should be, as I always telling you to, to a little bit to prioritize. So which stocks should be first on our list? Well, I would say that the fresh new stocks, indeed, TXN, I'm sure I'm going to watch it. So TXN is going to be on my list to the short side, together with ISRG, Hasbro as well. So HIS, I'm going to move it here too. ISRG as well because it's a big mover, but as I've told you, I'm a bit afraid of that stock. The reason for that is definitely the volume. It got a lower volume. DHI, I'm going to keep an eye on as well. Also, I still have, as you can see, 50 shares, which I'm just going to close after the opening bell. I think LMT 400 holds. Let's see. Let's see. For me, actually, Vida, I think it's really, really on the low side. So I agree as well that might is going to find rather a stronger support here. But who knows? We will just check it soon. And I'm going to watch Baba here too. So the Chinese stocks are very strong. We can watch Baidu, Baba, Futu, PDD, all of them indeed, because this trade deal with Japan, US and Japan got a trade deal, and just repeating myself for the newcomers, and this is pushing the whole market higher. If I'm just checking my gainers and losers list, which is one of my ultimate favorite feature in the TEFS platform, I could see some more strong and weak stocks as well. For example, we completely forget CALM. CALM, it was a earning stock as well, the Calmain Foods, and this is very strong today too. It is up almost 8%. Not the best in the volume though, but we still should keep an eye on that. TMO is up as well. This is up actually 8%. Another new stock which was not among the CNBC movers at the moment. And TMO, as you can see, it's even better in the volume. So TMO, guys, I'm still going to move it to my long list. Okay, TMO. Also SMCI, yeah, very good, Tara. SMCI was a crazy mover yesterday. We definitely should watch it in the from the beginning, I would say. So I'm just going to get here TMO as well and SMCI too. Let me just get it here in the corner. What else? TTD Neo Whites. I'm just going to check it now. TTD. TTD. TTD looks like, yes, maybe it's just going to continue the move higher. I agree, we should keep an eye on that stock. TTD looks great for continuation. TTD. Okay, the trade desk. All right, what else? NVIDIA. NVIDIA, definitely. Heizuki, QBTS. I'm just going to check it too. QBTS, it's definitely, I think it's going to be a mover today. Let's see how it can continue higher from here. And I was just watching, oh yes, Netflix, guys. Netflix, I'm still going to watch it. Yesterday, I was just waiting for the short, and I just missed it. Let's see whether today it's going to be continued or not. And I'm just checking still. VST is strong as well, 5% higher traders. Vistra, this is strong too. DHR, 4.79% higher. I have DHI to the upside. DHR, I'm still going to watch it. Maybe instead of Circle. You don't have enough enough charts. I need more. Okay, so DHR is the next one, which is very strong. OKLO 3.72%. ND, yes, Mara, and PAPAL. I'm just going to watch it as well. PAPL. Yes, you mentioned this Pineapple Financials, which is a huge mover today. Yes, definitely BBAI Tara all the time. Hi, Alamu. Good morning to you. So we have so many great candidates today, traders. We cannot even check all of them, but OKLO is going to be on my list as well, guys. And AMD is quite strong too. OKLO. Okay, OKLO, PAPL, SMCI. I'm still going to watch SBT here. Now what else? CRWV 272 again to the upside. Crazy. Grid. It's not W. Wayfair 2.52%, MSCI, okay, UPSD 2.21% higher until Unity it's making a pullback on a profit taking. So yeah, I must tell you I have more candidates to the long side today, definitely with this strong market, thanks to again to the news with the Japanese and US trade deal. So BBAI and SMRND for the long side, Mara to the short side. Nice. All right. We can watch them for sure as well. So traders, I think we are ready to start. Don't forget, 10 o'clock, existing home sales or new home sales? I always switch these two data. And 10:30, it's going to be the crude oil inventories. So let's see. 10 o'clock existing home sales, 10:30 crude oil inventories, and no one is speaking. No FOMC member speakers. So this is going to be just that's it about the economic side of the market. Wow, Baidu is up already 2.26%. That's a huge move already. I like Baidu traders. Is it over 95? No, not yet, but I think over 90. Even 94.50 could be interesting. I'm going to watch Baidu. Yesterday, I know D King told me this Baidu, but I was just checking up on the children, so I was not here and I missed it. But today, I'm definitely not going to be miss this Chinese stocks indeed. No excuse for market warbles today. No, exactly with ICE, we have so many great news happenings. That it must moving and actually indeed the Tesla, Google, IBM earnings as well on the deck. So come on market, do not disappoint us and pick a direction, which is at the moment, guys, it's quite strong. And I'm just so mRNA is very strong too, 3.30% higher traders. Might we should keep an eye on that mRNA as well. We're just starting in some seconds. Good luck, everyone. I'm just going to stay here. Yes, Zuki, you've just found it as well. Hi, Justin. Nice to see you. VIP room traders, 44 room traders, I'm going to stay here with you until DVG is not going to join. And after that, of course, I'm just going to continue on the YouTube as always. Good luck, everyone. Neo, hi, Humble Ninja. Neo, I have not heard about this stock for a while. I'm going to watch it for sure as well. Chinese stocks are just going higher like crazy. All right, traders, good luck, everyone. Market is moving higher today. Nice gap up, and seems like that on the SPY, I think the SPY is stronger again than the triple Q. And I'm just going to close my DHI 50 shares. No, close it. Come on. Okay, I did close it. And let's just focus on the stocks here. Good luck, everyone. And let's just be cautious as always in the beginning. Meta is moving higher now as well, 710. I'm just watching it. Roblox 119. Google, QBTS, wow. Okay, Netflix moving lower. Watching here Baidu as well. Okay. What else? Hasbro, good news. Tesla. Hasbro, good news, and it's just going down like crazy. SBT this morning going down. SMCI, guys, I like this. SMCI is really strong indeed. Yes, I've just
Yeah.
seen that. Okay. Hi, DVG. It's you?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. You are quick.
Yeah, I thought I'd be back maybe around 9:45, but I'm glad we were able to
Yeah.
get back sooner.
Nice to get you here.
Yeah,
Okay.
are you gonna be we're trading together today? That would be
No,
awesome.
I'm going to move to the YouTube room, but
Oh,
I'm going
okay.
to be around if you need me. I'm sure you they are going to be in good hands. So
Excellent.
thank
Appreciate
you
it.
guys. So have a great Green Wednesday. Bye.
All right. Well, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Again, apologize for being a couple minutes late here this morning at the open. This is what we were looking for, a little bit of a pullback here at the open. I'm keeping an eye on NVIDIA actually for a subtle pullback here below this 170 level. Obviously seeing a little resistance, CRWV pulling back sharply. Coin also on the move to the downside. So there is some good news about convertible notes on LMT. So I may be looking to dump the rest of I had one call or put option yet left from yesterday. So maybe actually look to a couple call options this morning to see if we can optimize some of that the theta return. And then in the meantime, we did short MSTR this morning, bright and early, and it's looking great. So I'm going to wait on that and see if we can collect a little bit more off of that. I'm going to probably add right here into this 418 print. But overall, I think I'm pretty bearish this morning on the overall market. Not to say that we can't move higher. We're literally at all-time highs. But I do think that with some of the information or news coming out, the only thing that I'm probably bullish on right now is energy. So CEG, VST in those names. Obviously, Trump passing a bill or the administration passing a bill on trying to make that energy more accessible, more efficient for the upcoming growth in tech. So could be kind of interesting there. Oops. So right now I'm actually getting some put options here on the SPY. Right at the money, so 631. I mean, obviously you could push 631.54 all-time high. We are like right there. And I'm watching what NVIDIA is doing here. It keeps rejecting this 170. So as long as it rejects 170, I can go short the name. If it gets above 170, maybe considering go long. So right now we're just over 170 right now. I'm going to be a little patient here. Coin is absolutely falling off a cliff, and so is our friends at MSTR. So let's see if we can get a bigger move here on MSTR. That'd be great. It was definitely the biggest bear name for me this morning was definitely MSTR. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try a short here on NVIDIA. So 169.90. We're in. We're in NVIDIA 169.90. I do, Rick. Give me one moment. Okay, I'll get that. Asking about charts to show, so let me grab that real quick. Let's see here. Where's that? There's that. There's that. Let me see. Can you see my screen in just a moment? You see my screen? Should be on. CRWV, I like this pullback. MSTR, again, we should get a real breakdown here now under this 418. We just broke it a moment ago, but I'm looking to see if I get a breakdown of the 410s. That would be amazing. Kind of emulate that behavior on coin. So here comes the break on MSTR. Let's see. 410 is going to be the target. And if it gets under 410, even better, right? Google, strong pullback. Obviously, earnings coming out tonight. Tesla, keeping an eye on that as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to be trading Tesla. It's just a little too snappy to the up and downside. So I'm going to probably just wait till earnings are done and trade that accordingly. So here comes a break on MSTR. Let's see if we get a fast break. 413 will probably be where I take my first partial. And NVIDIA, I'm happy to add under 16950. So I can have a chance to post, and appreciate everybody's patience. I know Scott's going to be out this morning, but hopefully y'all are patient with me here. I'm going to post that NVIDIA trade here. There we go. Let's see if we get that break on MSTR after all. 410, ideal target. NVIDIA, let's add. I'm going to add to NVIDIA here. Perfect. All right, let's see what happens to the SPY here. If we break underneath 631, I'll add to these put options. It's just a hedge. Obviously, we can push really quickly. We're only 40 cents away from all-time highs on the SPY, so I'll be mindful of that. Let's see what else we'll look at. VST again. VST looks great. I missed it at 200. That's too bad. Darn it. I wanted to get in this trade at 200, and it left us in the dust. Bummer. Guys, watch for the break here now. I also like Apple short, but I'm going to wait for Jeff to short that one first. Where's Jeff at? ISOG, yeah, they reported. Let me pull them up real quick. This one's kind of tricky. So it looks like it beat top and bottom. I didn't pull up their earnings. So realistically, like I would keep it, look at that report and see what it means a little more closely. And frankly, I just haven't had a chance to look at it. So couldn't guide you on that one, unfortunately. All right, SPY is now moving towards its all-time high, guys. 631.54. We did open a little bit higher than that this morning in that strong push to the upside. But again, I want to see if we get a rejection there. Maybe we see a quick up thrust and then a breakdown. So I'll be patient here on NVIDIA. We're only down a few cents here. I'm not going to panic just yet. But let's look around. Let's see what else we can find. NEE reported. That's a good short right there, which is weird because technically I'm looking at like NRG, VST, CEG, kind of an interesting cluster, we'll say, of companies. You could look at like SMR even moving higher. So there's a group of these names that are more around the nuclear energy space that are definitely performing more so than some of the other energy companies. Let's see, CEG, LNG. Looks not like okay. All right. NVIDIA looks like it wants to break out. I'll be patient. Apple, though. Apple looks interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty bearish though today. So I don't mind holding these put options. I may put up a red day today, but that's okay. It's fine by me. I just want to see the SPY right now under 631. I'm going to add. Let's see if we can get some more here. Boom. Perfect. Let's add to these put options. Let's go. Time to get paid. And I'm going to add to NVIDIA if we get under that 169.90 again. We're going a little risky here. Looking for big red today. Big red would be amazing. Love to see that rejection on the SPY, guys. Are you watching the SPY? Look at this. SPY. Watch this. Right under this session low, we break that. We snap down, hit that 628. DBG is going to get paid big time. We move above the all-time high, then I just get out of the way. That's fine by me. And we're waiting for MSTR still. Again, 613 area, I'll probably take some off. It's a huge trade for me. We started this morning just at 425. So I literally put it out there for a small order. We filled and we opened. I had an ad at 419.50 is where I put an ad, and we filled at the open here. So let's see if we get some follow through to the downside. Google looks really interesting here. I want to see what it does around 490. Realistically, I wanted to, if it got up to like 496, 497, I was going to try to put a little short position in there, and it totally could still do that at some point today, but I'll wait. I'll be got to be patient. All right, MSTR, let's go. Break down, please. All the way down. All the way down. 410 target. If anybody's in this with me, congrats. I mean, we're already making dough, but I want to see a big break to the downside. Tesla now moving just around 330. Remember, below, we've got it 318. Ton of buyers down there. So if we do get to see a move to the downside, that's like the rule, find buyers. And we're still waiting on the SPY to see if we can give up a little strength there. The Q's a little bit weaker than the SPY today. SPY a little bit stronger. So I could be kicking myself for taking the SPY versus the Q's, but all right, we're going to add NVIDIA again. Let's go. There we go. Small add to NVIDIA. Hate to do it. I do want to see a pullback though on a lot of these big tech names. And if I'm wrong, well, we lose a couple bucks. That's all right. But I think today is the day we're going to see that pullback. So I want to see, you guys see that yellow line, 168.93. That's where I want to see NVIDIA go test that and break, or test that and bounce. So for those of you guys wondering why the heck would you short that, I mean, all-time highs at 174.25. If we do see a pullback in markets here at the all-time highs, this is the time to do it. So let's just see what it does. I'm keeping a real close eye on all the 200 EMAs. You see the 200 EMA here? We broke that this morning, and so I put in a 425 on MSTR, and we're getting paid on it. So I'll probably take an early partial here, unless we break really quickly here on MSTR, which is what I've been waiting for all morning. This will be probably my biggest trade thus far this morning, if MSTR can follow through that 413. Now let's see if we can get it on NVIDIA. Just looking for maybe a point, maybe more. If we break this 200 EMA, we should see a follow through down into this like 167 area, which if we do, that's a wonderful trade. We'll just be patient here. Okay, here comes MSTR. Let's go. There we go. NVIDIA now moving. Let's see if we get the break now on the SPY. Here comes MSTR. I'm going to keep Google up here. I'm keeping a real close eye on it. Go, baby, go. Here comes the SPY, getting close to session lows. We should snap it. There we go. There comes NVIDIA. We'll take a partial probably in this 160, right? Call it 168.90. We'll take some off. I'm not going to take a ton off, but I'm going to take some. Let's get paid. Rule number one, guys, right? Okay, here comes the SPY. Beautiful. We'll take some off here in just a moment as well. I want to see a little bit more of a deeper cut here. Almost there on NVIDIA. CRWV breaking down. That's what I thought we would see. Okay, here comes MSTR. Get ready to take a partial on MSTR here in a moment. Getting ready. Beautiful move now. There we go. NVIDIA getting ready to take a partial. Beautiful. Okay, taking a partial there. Taking a partial there on also the SPY. Right now, coming out of the gate, pretty strong, up about 6,000. Not bad. Not a bad start to the day, right? Let's see. Let's grab a couple off of. I'm going to take some off MSTR. We're taking a partial a little bit early. 415. That's fine. Beautiful trade. Anybody with me on any of those trades? If you did, congratulations. We are scalping this morning. Give me my money and I'm out. You know what I mean? So Let's see here. Guys, watch the SPY now. Check this out. You ready for it? Ready for it? 3, 2, 1. Break into this 628 print. We already took a partial on these put options, which is great. Guys, here's the break under NVIDIA. Look at this. Again, we took a partial at this yellow line. Okay, so if we bounce here, we're probably going to move higher. So all the more reason why you take partials on these key levels. Obviously, cue the disclaimer, it's your money, do whatever you want, right? But it's important to note like why these levels matter. You're going to likely see some resistance and some rejection here. You see the subtle undercut, right? Maybe a potential bear trap. But if this continues to break below that candle, watch how fast we move. Okay, this is why I was short this position, because if we do, we're going to definitely check this fair value gap right in here and test this area right in this area. And if we don't hold that, we will break down to the close. So that's what I'm being mindful of, which is why I take partials in these areas. Okay. Some people keep asking like, hey, I don't understand why you're taking partials at these levels versus others. Hopefully that helps. Again, share money, cue the disclaimer. So do what you want. So I'll get rid of the SPY here for a moment. What else you guys watching? ISRG, it looks like. The cost you're watching. Yeah, okay. I'm going to try to find an area to buy Google. Again, 190 looks awesome, but if it doesn't hold it, then I won't touch it. It won't be in play for me. But a lot of these big names, I missed Apple. Jeff, did you take it? Oh man, I was talking about it up here, this 215 area. That would have been an awesome trade. That's too bad. Darn it. Yeah, that's too bad, man. Look at Tesla go now. This is why I didn't want to take it. Look at this thing. It's just so whippy. Smashed down to 329. Now it's back up to 334. So if you were in that, you just got whipsawed pretty good. So notice NVIDIA bouncing off that 200 EMA really, really gracefully. That means we're probably going to push higher. Definitely, bulls are, without a doubt, guys, we're at all-time highs. So make no mistake, this is not a bearish market right now. I'm taking a bearish hedge on a pullback because we're aggressively moving to the upside when there's a lot of indicators pointing that we should be heading lower. All that to say, an up thrust is likely, meaning before any big distribution, you usually see a big push to the upside to get all of those shorts out of the way, take your profit, and then dump on everybody that's buying into the Momo. So I want to be mindful of that in these types of markets, that right now, when I talk about trying to short markets, I'm not 100% bearish all the time, but I have been as we keep putting in all these all-time highs. And you'll notice at the open, almost consistently, we pull back, then we bounce, right? So you're going to get retail traders trapped, whether it's in the pump or the dump. And then in the afternoon session, right around 3 o'clock or so, you're seeing what the institutions are doing, whether that's buying or selling. So it's important to watch the close. And then, of course, pre-market, you'll see what's really going on. All that to say, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice. I will say this much. What I'm kind of, my growing concern right now is I genuinely think there's going to be a new currency by the end of the year. Again, cue the disclaimer. Don't quote me on that. But I do think we're going to see a new reserve currency by the end of the year, which is only, what's less than 6 months away. And for those of you guys who understand how reserve currencies work, congrats. For those of you who don't, Google it. It's good information to know. The so what, who cares of reserve currencies. And now look at Tesla. It's just pretty gross, right? Here comes the SPY, though. That's good news to the downside. Coin is absolutely getting wrecked this morning. Jeez. From 404 to 390, just straight down. Why isn't MSTR? I want more. Come on, keep falling. Yeah, Microsoft pulling back. Apple bouncing a little bit here. AMD. Let's take a closer look at a couple other items. Let's look at China markets real quick. Let's look at PDD. Wow, there's a missed one. Anybody take that this morning? I was super bullish on just China markets in general right now are just really performing. Watch the Hang Seng Index just doing phenomenal. Along with, again, names like Baba, PDD. Every time there's a pullback, someone's there buying it. So I'm keeping an eye on some of those names, even FXI. Let me pull that up real quick. Not the biggest mover right now. Because you nailed ISRG for 15 points, man. Woo! Good for you, man. What a trade. Look at that. Beautiful. You called that. Congrats, Vikas. Beautiful trade, man. You're up here, what, 520 something? 520 or so? Very nice, man. Very nice. Very nice. 525 you got in. Awesome job, Vikas. Very nice. Way to call it out. Yeah, I didn't have the steel, the stones to go in there. But congrats. Good trade. FXI, no. Maybe I'll do VST. Let's see. Pulling back a little bit. Yeah, I won't buy it up here, but I was hoping for that pump and I missed it. Oh well. Now, if anything, I want to see it break down to like 192 before I go long again. What about Texas Instruments, guys? That was the easy short this morning. Just wait for the bounce and then dump it. But that's also the big reason I was shorting NVIDIA. Also known as the chipwreck, not the shipwreck, but the chipwreck. I mean, that's not good. So if you look at names like, let's say, AVGO, you saw a little bit of that pullback this morning, pre-market. And then if you look at names like QCOM, same thing. You notice that? And they're all kind of in that same bucket. But some are a little bit closer tied. So I was thinking even names like you have MU and then you have onsemi, kind of in that space. And then if you look at like ASML, same thing. So you're kind of looking at some of those foundry names and like the impact it's having on them. That's just TXN really not like NXPI also reported. I don't think they were doing too great this morning either. So just again trying to find those clusters and trade with them collectively or together. MSTR bouncing here. I'm going to probably take some of this off just to make sure I bank some profit on it. Hold on. Just trying to be a little patient here because, example, VWAP rejection. If we start pushing over VWAP on MSTR, I'll dump it. NVIDIA holding that 200 EMA. Do you see that? Algo's really trying to hold that. But watch, if we break this, we should see a pretty good sell-off. And when I say it's a sell-off, it's worth noting, guys, we're up 1.2% on NVIDIA. We're up 0.2% on the SPY. So even a pullback to the close, you're flat, right? So it's not really a pullback per se. So just kind of interesting. Like some of this behavior, it's almost healthy, considering how high we are in markets. As you see it, 0.2% or 1% pullback, followed by a bunch of buying. That just shows you there's even more strength in the markets than you even anticipated. So again, it's all in matter of perspective, we'll say. Some people are like, oh man, what a huge pullback. And it's really not. I mean, you're green on the day. So when you see a 0.2% pullback, like who cares? But we're taking advantage of it, right? As long as we're getting paid. That's the beauty of being a trader. Darren, what do you keep an eye on? What are you watching? Here comes Google around that 190. Let's keep a close eye on it. I'm actually going to put an alert here. There we go. There's the break on the SPY. Woohoo! What a great trade that was, actually. And NVIDIA as well. You notice? Said you see a break under there. We should see some follow through. Now we wait. We wait for this candle to complete. Hopefully, it is a solid red bar. So we want to see it actually look solid from top to bottom, no wicks. And if we do, then we should see a breakdown to where the close is. So I'll be patient on this one. But I want to make sure it's a solid candle all the way through this next 5 seconds. I don't want to see any wicks at all. And if we open below this candle, red, like that, then we should see additional follow through. And if we do, I'll take a partial as soon as that candle's over. How we looking, guys? Watch for a deeper cut here on NVIDIA. Let's see. We'll take some off in a moment. Bye-bye, MSTR. We're going to get our 412 target on it. Pretty sure now. Watch for the dump. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Apple. Mistrade. VST. Mistrade. Let me pull up VST again. Oh, it's at the $200. Okay, I won't touch till we get at least this 200 EMA. So for those of you guys using that 200 EMA, there's that's a nice guidepost for me typically. I want to see what it does around there. Does it bounce? Does it not? If it does, then maybe we get long. If not, we just leave it. Wait till we get a better entry. Guys, watch the cues. To the downside, 557.63, next logical low. Obviously we may bounce at yesterday's lows in that 558.60 area, but I would think we're going to see a follow through to the previous all-time high that was put on the 9th of July, which is on at 557.63. If we bounce there, then guess what? We will put in likely new all-time highs. If we break that level, then 557.20 was an all-time high put in on the 3rd of July, and we'll likely test that. If we break those two levels, well, then your guess is as good as mine on how low we go. Guys, look at this nice break on NVIDIA. We'll take some off here in just a moment. That looks good enough for me. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you, NVIDIA. Perfect trade. We'll let the rest run, see where we end up. And then on the SPY, let's see what we're looking at. Ooh. Existing home sales data just came out. Right on, Darren. Awesome. Happy to hear that. Here comes a breakdown on the SPY a little bit. We'll take a few more off on the SPY. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. What a great trade. Fantastic trade. In 30 minutes, guys, we are up a whopping sum of money. I will be happy with that. Let's see if we can get a little more on MSTR, though. That would be nice. I only have 5 contracts left on the SPY and NVIDIA. Actually opened up some of those too on the way down. FX high pulling back. Let's see what that does. And then Google. We're almost about to hit that alert. You guys see that alert there? Doop, doop, doop. Right there. Just under that 190 print. So it's at 189.96. I think we're going to get it. So let's see what happens in that level. If we bounce there, like kind of, as you guys know, I call it needle and thread. That's not a real name for it. But I want to see a break below that level, then back through that level. And maybe I get a better entry. I don't know. But I want to see this level kind of show some holding here. You guys can see that, right? That little white line there. Hopefully. You're watching SoFi? Guys, look at VST now. Looking good. Like it. Let me pull up SoFi. Well, you thinking long, or you waiting to retest the close on that, Aaron? MCHP for sure. Let me see. MCHP. I don't even know what that is. What is that? Microchip tech. Yeah, I'm not even sure. I've never traded that. I don't think I've ever traded that. Good luck on MCHP. Okay, I like Google now. And the SPY is slowing down a bit, so I'm going to take a few more off of the SPY. I was trying to hold that 630 print, which is where we're at like right now. Let's remember Tesla and Google report this evening. If anybody was wondering why I'm keeping an eye on Google. All right, MSTR looks like it's going to try to, hold this level. Let me look at options on MSTR. The $400 put options, way out of the money though. They're $240. I may dump some of my shares and just pick up options on MSTR. In fact, all right, we got a couple of them. We'll see what happens. They're way out of the money though. So if this turns up like $2, I mean, the theta on it's just gonna blow up pretty fast. So that's why I have a few. So I got 3 total. Let's see here, guys. Look at Google. Maybe we might get our entry. A 188 or 189 entry would be great. I want to see it print like a 196 before quote unquote shorting it. But maybe we get that push into that 180 print, and then ta-da, we see a bunch of buyers step in. So let's get ready for that. Carvana is actually one I was a random one that I was watching, just because right now car import export can be an issue coming up. So I'm going to keep an eye on this in the next couple trading sessions. Let's see how it behaves. What do you guys think? Google? Let's see here. Well, okay. Now we're slowing down. It's like the same story the last 3 sessions. Whatever the morning move happens, it's just super slow, grinds a little more in that direction, up or down, and then magically at some point we turn so that we end up like flat on the day. So like right now, Goog, I'm tempted to go long here just so I can get, almost 2 points. I'll wait though. We have a level there for a reason, so let's be patient. I'm going to close out my shares on MSTR, but I'm going to keep the put options. Perfect example. We paid a little over 240 for them. It moved up 40 cents, okay? And it dropped 30 cents on the spread. So let's see if we can get this to break down soon, because theta will beat me up pretty quick on that. CG, big pullback. All right, let's pull that up. I was watching that one this morning. CG, yep. I mean, but look how big of a push. So like if you do this is where I'd want to be getting into that position realistically. So for those of you guys wondering what the heck is that I just put on that chart, it is just a measurement tool. and it naturally will mark your 50%. Notice how great that 50% retrace is. So what does that mean? Well, I took it from where we closed up into the high point of that day. You can actually use an anchored VWAP if you'd like as well, right? But there's your 50% retrace that you want to see on that move. So there's your 50% retrace, and then you see a push. As long as that holds, notice we're above the 200 EMA. We get over the 55, boom, right? So this is all very technical. Excuse me. Sorry about that. This is a very technical setup. If you were wanting to get in, that was the level, and we opened actually right there. So if we pull back, we break that level, well, then now you're retesting that 50% retrace, which means we'll likely pull back even further. So little things like that, when you understand the behaviors of a chart, you can even do it with this one, right? So it didn't quite get to that 50% retrace, so we'll maybe go and retest that and then move higher. I do wonder sometimes. I've had mixed reviews on that kind of stuff. Like some people are like, "Hey, I don't care about your analysis. Shut up. Talk about the trades." And I've had other people like, "Oh man, it's super valuable." So I'm just gonna do me. I'll share it. For those of you guys that like it, great. For those of you who don't, sorry, it is what it is. While you're looking at Tesla, it's too much of a like a whipsaw for me today. As much as I want to trade it, yeah, it's got earnings coming out. I don't know. It can move up or down 3 points in the blink of an eye, which is fine. As traders, you kind of want to be able to have that level of volatility. The trouble is like it can happen in one candle. So you can get in right now and go, hey, I'm going to put a 3 point stop, and it hits 336 like in a heartbeat, right? And then you're out, whatever, depending on your size. But I'm not touching it yet. I'm going to wait till the earnings are done before I actually participate in that trade. No, did I miss Google? Maybe. There's going to be a point though when the dip is no longer bought, and I think that's going to be very troubling for a lot of people. A lot of people's accounts are going to blow up because they're not used to when they buy the dip, it always has worked, right? And there's going to be a point where that doesn't work, and when it doesn't work, man, there's going to be 10 times the amount of people that are in trouble. So I'm using like hedges. Again, I want to be bullish because we're at all-time highs. But do I really want to buy MSTR? No. Do I really want to buy NVIDIA at 170? No. Do I really want to buy Tesla at 330? No. You know what I mean? So everybody's different. Some people think like, hey, maybe this is the perfect time to get into Tesla. That's fine. 318 is where I know a lot of big money is sitting on, right? But if we break that level, well, bye-bye. And then anything to the upside is just, that's the Momo move that everybody's waiting on for Tesla, which for those of you who are long-term investors in Tesla, I hope it happens. But like here, let's use another example. Okay, look at this. In 2 days, we pulled back from 512 to 501 on the biggest software company on the planet. Right? And no one seems to talk about it because it's just slowly grinding lower. 1% here, 1.5% there, versus like the big 2% drawdowns that we've seen in a couple times a year. But check this out. Gross coin. Oh, I should have shorted that big time. Instead of MSTR or both. Kind of tied at the hip. A little couple pairing there. What else, guys? What are we watching? No screen share. What? Hold on. How about there? Can you see it now? You're long Google, Michael? Good. You got in earlier than I did. I'm still waiting for that, 189 print. 189 anything. I'm not looking for the 189 on the dot. But and Jeff, you're short 333. Mark, you can see the screen. Is that what the one was for? I hope. How do we feel about Enphase, guys? They reported earnings. Some solar action. Let's see. I mean, I remember seeing earlier this morning. It was like toilet. Look at that. Oh my god. But it's crazy because look, they beat top and bottom. I think with that the growing disparity in energy. Here's where my head's at, guys. And again, this is just opinion, but this is the beauty of being a trader, like coming up with ideas, right? So I always say small minds gossip. Good minds can talk about events. Great minds think of ideas. And like, here's the beauty of a name like ENPH or even solar in general. Like, we are going to need energy no matter what. Like, the population in the planet is going to need energy. Like, it's a growing issue. Power grids are kind of constrained right now. Do we have diesel? Yes. Do we have alternatives? Yes. But these types of names at some point, like, if we can get them to be affordable to curb inflation, the government would be interested in this again. Like right now, energy costs have gone up significantly. That was a report that came out today, which is another reason why CEG VST moved higher, is their cost per megawatt has gone up. And so what happens? Well, that impacts the regular consumer and then therefore has an inflationary impact, which then means we probably won't cut rates, right? So it's just, they're all kind of tied together. But if you actually have more people that are able to get access to solar panels and they're not 15 grand for a house, right? Because solar panels aren't cheap, but that gives them the ability to be self-sustained on their own property and in some cases sell the energy back to the grid. That's what we have in our place as an example. Like, the great news is now you don't have to worry about inflation as much. Now you have a self-sustained home, basically, from an energy perspective. But right now, it's a great time to buy or invest in some of these names. Again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, whatever, just an opinion. But that's probably what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to keep an eye on names like ENPH or even FSLR and see how they behave in the next couple of days and start building a longer term position, because I don't have any exposure to solar right now. So whereas like VST and CEG, that's all nuclear energy. I've got exposure already to CCJ and SMR in my long-term portfolio. But part of the reason there, though, is I've been kind of bullish on nuclear energy for a while. I think there's pros and cons, right? But overall, from a creation standpoint, it's pretty secure, comparatively speaking. I know that if a catastrophe can hit a nuclear reactor, it could be problematic naturally. But anyways, I digress. It was on your list, but missed it. Yeah, for a short, Darren. I mean, I like it. I mean, I'm telling you, if it gets below like $30, like it's low right now in the last 12 months is $33. If it gets anywhere near that, and if it breaks it, great. Maybe I get it 29, 30, like whatever. I'll just start building a long-term kind of portfolio position. Considering like they beat their numbers, you know what I mean? So that's a good sign. Beating top and bottom, that's a good thing. But solar's just not in favor. Why? Because you're not getting tax credits for solar energy anymore. You used to. You just don't anymore. So, and also cost of tariffs, battery cells, all that stuff, most of it comes from China and other places, right? So it's going to be expensive, and that's going to likely increase if, your cost basis goes up 30%. The question is like, do your margins go up 30%? Probably not, because the customers aren't willing to pay it, right? And we'll see in probably the next round of earnings for ENPH and the like. And in the meantime, I'll pick it up on the way down. Anyway, I digress. Let's find the next trade. Someone's talking about mRNA. Who's an mRNA? Who is that? Rick. Oh, Rick. Yeah, mRNA is a tricky one. I mean, right? It used to be what, like $400, right? Now it's $34. I think the healthcare space, we're seeing some rotation in that space. As you guys remember, I do have UNH long from yesterday. So I do think we're going to see some rotation in these names. The question is like when and how fast, right? mRNA is likely going to be a contender for a nice updraft, we'll say, but it's worth noting. I mean, that stock has been beat down pretty good. So again, chart looks great. Holding that 200 here, I'll pull it up right here so you can take a look. mRNA, right? Looks pretty good. Once you got above that 200 EMA, it's held, right? Just bouncing right off of it, holding that support level, and finally had a breakout today. So I'd say overall looks pretty good. Let's just put that on real quick. Download it. Let's see here. What's CRWV doing? Just looking at that one earlier. Nope. Oops, CRCL. Who got into Google? Again, I wanted to see it up at like 196. 196 to 197 is where I wanted to see Google. And right now, you might have got in perfectly on that long position because if it gets above this 193 area, it should take off. Obviously, we need markets to turn around a bit, but they're not falling. They're just pulling back. So good luck on that Google trade. I might have missed it. Looked really nice. Really nice. Again, we missed my entry by what, 25 cents, maybe 30 cents. So good luck on that one, whoever's on that Google trade. What are we doing with AMD right now? Ooh. What do you guys think? Interesting. By the way, did you guys see yesterday LMT? I think I had a couple of you guys on the afternoon session. I couldn't believe it. Target was at 418.88, and we nailed it. We got in our short position here. So we long off the bottom, got out, bought put options for like $1, $100 basically, right? We grabbed 10 of them, sold like 5 of them or 4 of them here, and then I looked over at my screen with the 6 left I had, and it was up like pretty significant. But pretty wild trade yesterday on that. Let's see. Actually, I'm tempted to go long here on LMT with call options. 420 maybe. Notice how we're rejecting that 418.88. That was April's lows, and then we held that pre-market perfectly and opened right at that 418.88 level. Beauty of charting. We get above that, I might be tempted to get some call options on LMT. They did get some convertible note offerings that just came out this morning on some news, so that could help them raise capital, protect profits. I should put that over here on my other screen and watch that 418.88 level. I should put a small order on LMT. LMT 419. And then I'll hit it with options probably. Maybe 425-ish. Yeah, the 425 call options. Let me see what they're worth. Jeez, they're expensive today. Jesus. All right. Let's look at that. Okay, perfect. 425. They're $1.90 on the ask, $1.55 on the bid. I'll put somewhere in between, maybe $1.40. There we go. If I get them, I get them. If I don't, I don't. It's fine. All right, let's see what else we got. We're running into the slow time, and it's only it's less than an hour into the session. What's going on here? Guys, I might get paid on MSTR finally. We're out of the shares. We just have the put options left. So let's see what happens. For LMT, it'd be Friday. So you got to be careful on these, right? So you have 2 days. This is where understanding like the Greeks. I always mention that to you guys if you guys are trading options. But I'm looking at, so right now IV's a little bit higher than I like. So hence why I went a little further out on the strike. And the reason why I put in a mid order, I didn't get filled, unfortunately. But it's a 425 strike for Friday. And you got to remember they reported earnings this week, right? So we made money yesterday on the way up and on the way down. So we made money on the shares on the way up, and then money on the. I made more money on the put options yesterday than I did on the actual shares, which is kind of fun to watch when you're journaling and going back. You're like, wait, what? Maybe I should use options more. But it's the big reason is like the Greeks on the 425 print made a little more sense. So they were quote unquote cheaper. Yes, it was a little further out of the money, but now I've got a $419 order out there. It's a small order to buy the actual shares or equity itself. Coin trying to bounce here. Hopefully MSTR doesn't take me out here. All right, I'm looking around here, see what else I can find. We'll see if I get filled on LMT, Paul. There, I have them sitting there at $1.40. It's my limit order. I'm trying to be patient on Google, as patient as it can be. Who was it that got in there? One of you guys did. I think Michael P. Aloha. You got in there earlier than I did, and now I'm like FOMO a little bit. How many of you guys are trading Tesla today before earnings? I remember one of you guys, you were going long Tesla all day on every pullback yesterday, right? Who was that? Michael P. You are? Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Every pullback went long, right? Scalping it. Yeah, yeah. I get it. I mean, if the options were cheaper, I'd probably get in there. Like, but I'll give you an example. The put options for keep in mind for Friday. So you got 2 days. It's worth noting it's got a 6 or 7% anticipated move on Tesla, so about 20 points. But which is a whole nother thing. But like a $320 put option on Tesla, which is what 13 points away, right? It's $625 or 625, right? For being 13 points out of the money. That's expensive. Very expensive. And Paul, you predominantly you like options, huh? Paul, are you an experienced options trader, or do you do that to kind of prevent or limit any kind of exposure for downside? Scalp the tester right now, slightly green. Okay, cool. All right, let's keep an eye here on the SPY, right at the VWAP. LMT, maybe we get filled here. This might do it. 419, come on. 419 sitting out there. There it is. We are in LMT. Boom. Small share size. Let's look at these options though. Oh man, I hate to move my entry on especially options. It's so spready. You know what? I'll move it up to $1.50 if the bid drops and I get filled. I don't think it's going to though. It looks like it's on its way now. Ooh, ooh. Small size. What is a good way to learn options? I'm just learning now. Again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, right? Look up the Greeks first. I would ignore rho. Rho is not going to be the important Greek that you need to know, but you need to know delta, you need to know gamma, you need to understand IV. So IV, implied volatility, etc. But how it interacts with a given stock, right? So if the IV is high and the stock is down, that usually means like, so let's say for example, it's like at 98, which doesn't always happen, but let's just say it was. It usually means it's going to turn the opposite direction, right? When that IV is that high, it doesn't always mean that, but it's kind of like almost like a Bollinger Band or standard deviation, where you're like, okay, probability is that it's going to turn around. But it's understanding those relationships in options, and a lot of times, I mean, you can probably YouTube some of it. But the trouble with options is like there's a lot of really, I'd say fun, but they can get very sophisticated from a strategy standpoint on how you use them. So a lot of times people do like bull call spread. We'll do, put option spread. I use a broken wing strategy quite a bit. But there's like iron condors. There's all kinds of stuff specifically in options where the goal is, instead of having to trade every single day, you just literally set it, forget it, and you just collect a premium as long as it stays within a given, price range. So there's different ways to use it. It just depends on how you use it. Right. And a lot of times I was using options back in the day, like to just protect my portfolio. Like, hey, if I've got X amount of exposure, whether it's, in the Qs or the SPY, I might go like, all right, well, I could put up, 2 options, let's just say, or 3 or 4, whatever it is. And worst case, it's like an insurance policy. Worst case, I lose $800. All right. I'll just use a round number as an example, $1,000, whatever it is. But if that protection was, the potential loss that I would take on a portfolio, then it makes sense to do that kind of stuff. So guys, LMT is on the move. Yay, up 49 cents. Let's see. Cover calls are the safest, it seems. This is from Michael, by the way. I'm just reading comments. Options are my bread and butter, Justin. Spreads plus CSPs, good, relatively safe way to earn on large portfolio. Yep. Oh, good. Yeah, Justin. Wealth of knowledge in this trading room, y'all. Justin, if you have any thoughts or ideas, feel free to share. Yeah, like for me, I've learned a lot just from learning different strategies, and in many cases, just I hate to say it, but like losing money on it, right? Like trying a strategy, like, oops, that didn't work. But again, I started off using it just literally to protect my portfolio initially, and then I started understanding, like, well, wait a minute, if I'm risking only $800 versus tens of thousands of dollars on the underlying equity, how can I use that to make money? Because there's a lot of people that do that. So then I started learning about it. Yeah, just Justin. I love that. Exactly. School fees. I like that. I'm gonna start calling it that. That's exactly what it was, right? I mean, the good news is it's like, so I actually set aside money starting this year. So, we've got portfolio accounts, and then you've got my options account. And so the nice thing is I'm keeping track of the options I'm taking, which right now, by and large, I'm taking directional trades. So I'm buying to open, or in some cases selling, right? Depending on the strategy. But for the most part, buying to open directionally if it's a put or a call, which kind of limits your direction. But I'm also using some spreads for like longer term stuff. So like even as an example, like ENPH, that could be kind of interesting to use as a spread because I can look at dates out till November and find out an option spread that I'd be happy with. That at some point I'm going to call it like the broken wing strategy. The reason why I like those is like you could just dump the opposing position and then lever it into the directional move you think is going to happen. So it gives you kind of that, limits your exposure for the gap and then roll it into your quote unquote winning trade or, preferred movement. So for like EMPH, maybe I should say, just look up a broken wing strategy. You can check it out yourself. But fundamentally, like at that price, I'm probably better off just buying the underlying assets, $30, right? So that's probably what I'll end up doing and then use options as leverage. LMT, it's at 420, guys. Boom. Boom. Where was it? Paul, did you get in there? I'm up a point on my shares. I didn't take the options, though. I should have. I just didn't get filled on them. Oh, well. But as an example, if I got 10 of those at $1.40 like I wanted to, the bid right now is $1.85, so we'd be up $450, but I just didn't get filled. Oh, well. I love school fees. There you go. Okay, Justin, I love it. I'll let you bring that up. Let me pull up UNH. I'm of the same mindset. My time frame is a little bit shorter, so I'm looking at because they report next week. So I'm actually looking at trying to put a strategy for next week because you remember like 283, 282 and change. I think it was 282.90 or something like that. I've written down. Or we got into it yesterday, made some dough. I mean, I'm not coulda, shoulda, woulda, made more money. But in those scenarios, especially because we're coming into earnings on UNH next week, like it could easily fly to $310, right? And it could easily go down to 260. Cue the disclaimer. So that's why, like, if you look at let's look at the implied move for next week. I'm actually curious now. Where are we sitting at? 286. Yeah, so it's got a $22, 10%, almost 10% move anticipated next week. That's a huge move. So, you figure $23 up to the upside or downside, so $300, right? Guys, here's the break on MSTR. Finally, we've got, to 412. Anybody hanging there with me? We got the options on that, so that's good. I'm going to take some off here in a moment. Let's wait for this candle to complete. Beautiful trade, though, now, finally. We got out of the shares because we bought in early, took them out, replaced with options right around here. And hopefully some of you guys are able to take advantage of that because now we are banking it. Let's go. Let's see. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. Pretty green day. Not gonna complain about a green day. Hopefully you guys are able to take advantage of some of it. In fact, I would argue days like today, guys. I think I've shared it with you many times. We welcome your feedback. So if everything's great and everything's wonderful, we'll take the silence as a cue that, hey, we love the 44 Trade Nation. But if there's something you're like, man, I wish DVG did more of this, or Scott, when he was on, does more of that, or whatever, let us know. And especially on days like today, like it's challenging to do this solo. So I appreciate the patience, the feedback that you guys are posting your trades, sharing the knowledge, like all that's awesome. And I'm truly grateful for that. But especially on days like today, if there's moments or opportunities where like, hey, like Rick, for example, you called out mRNA. I tried to do my best to read, the chat as it's going. But, if I miss it, definitely post it again. Let's see. Justin, thanks, man. Appreciate it. 325 is a 2-3 month target. You're talking UNH? Yeah. LBRT. Let's look at LBRT. Mark giving us a shout out here. Ooh, that looks nice. Liberty Energy. I'm loving the energy space right now. So I'm actually, what are you thinking? Let me pull up the LBRT. Let me pull up the level 2. Oh, there's some volume hitting that. Let's get in. What do you think? 1,000 of them? Yeah, let's do it. Right here. Market order. Gross. I just bought the top, I think. I'm blaming you on this one, Mark, if it goes south. I'm totally kidding, man. But this is, I mean, the energy space for me is, it's good. I don't normally trade stocks this small, we'll say. But we'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. According to Mark, deal with Oklo, OKLO. The only trouble with Oklo is they don't make money right now. And then but we did have, what was it? Was it, who reported? GDEV, I think. Let me see. I know General Dynamics did. What is... No. GEV? Yes, that's what it was. So these guys reported. GE Verona. Looking pretty good. CEG, looking pretty good. VST, looking pretty good. And LBRT, Mark, we're up 10 cents on it, man. I'll take it. We'll call that the community trade. Heck yeah. Paul is asking, Jeff, why did you short Tesla? Awesome, Jeff. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. If you're cool with it, I'm gonna quote you on that. I'm gonna have Clifton steal that note if you're cool with it. Just give me a verbal or written confirmation if we're okay with taking that, because I'll happily take a bow on that. You're good with that? Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Yeah, Clifton, if you don't mind maybe grabbing that note from Jeff. $3,200 profit so far for the day. 44 trading room is worth it. Shout out to you, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you. Continue. You've been here every single day, man, with, I'd say, several exceptions, and many of you have. And for those of you guys that keep coming back day to day, putting in the grind, the effort, the energy, I just want you to know, not only do I appreciate it, but it just goes to show this is a business of discipline, not a business of gambling. Can you get lucky from time to time? Heck yes. You count your lucky stars on days like that, right? But really, this is all about having the patience, the timing, the energy to focus on, hey, how do I chart this? Where do I want to get in? For example, Google. I kind of feel like a little bit of FOMO, but I'm waiting for my entry still just below 190. Maybe we get it. LBRT, shout out to Mark. Calls out a trade, talks about a deal, headline type news, right? And by the way, they report earnings tomorrow. So let's get in while the getting's good. We are up a whopping 17 cents, but on 1,000 shares, that's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. I'm actually going to take some off here in a minute. So shout out to you, Mark, for calling that out. Appreciate you. Ari is saying, please pay more attention on why you enter a trade from a technical point of view. I'm really missing that in comparison to old trade net. Really? All right, can you be more specific on that? I try to do my best from a technical perspective on looking at breakdowns, breakouts. But if you have any specifics, I would definitely welcome that. I'm more than happy to kind of share at least my why. I think I usually do that, but. All right, guys, I'm taking some off LBRT. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that, man. Calling out that trade. Quick 20 cents. Boom. I'm still waiting on, again, what I want to see on this trade here for Google is a subtle break, retest, maybe even a little bit lower once it goes back through that. Something similar to this. It doesn't have to look exactly like that, but it's kind of what I'm looking for on Google. And we're getting close. Getting close. Okay. Appreciate the feedback, Ari. Well, let's. Do you have a stock in mind? Take a quick look at it if you'd like. Maybe just a question to the team. If you take a look at. By the way, Ari, not picking on you. If anything, I just want to make sure. Are there other folks in the room that would agree with Ari on where I can help with this? And I definitely want to help. And frankly, like whatever I can do to help, happy to do so. So I guess my question, Ari, is you do? Oh, really? Okay. So more of the, you guys are looking for more of the technical setups on breakout, breakdowns, levels. Okay. No, that's perfect. Appreciate that, guys. I will do that. In fact, does it help even like pre-market? Maybe talking about a couple of the big trades, like so say for example MSTR. In fact, let's do big chart. It's probably better. I'll just use an example. So here's MSTR on the daily. And I guess maybe this is some of the trouble too, is like I do a lot of this somewhere pre-market, right? But if you look at some of these levels here, I like to use the full candles, but that's fine. So at 4:30, we broke this rejection, which was a peak here, peak here, peak here, and this is all in the daily, right? So for me, when we look at a 5-minute, you zoom in now, I start to look at like, did we actually hold this level or not? Obviously, we tried to bounce, hold it. My big indicators, as you guys know, 200 EMA, that yellow line. I use that often. And we saw it reject 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, 8 times in the last, whatever, 1, 2, 3 sessions. So when I look at this from a technical perspective, for me, I'm noticing levels matter more than most. And I also use these indicators as far as EMA, SMAs, right? So I use the 55, the 22, the 12. Obviously, use whatever you're comfortable with. And then the 200 EMA I use on every time frame. So if it's the same yellow line on the 1 minute, it's the same yellow line on the 5 minute. And I always start out further out. So we'll look at a daily, we'll look at a weekly, then drill into 4 hours. Do these levels still hold? Notice these other levels I've had marked for a while, this 364 to 374. This is really where I want to see the zone come to for potential buying, or if we break that level, then it's a real move to the downside. But all these levels above here, I don't want to say it's alpha, but it's more than likely going to get rejected. We saw these big pushes, breakouts, we'll say, push to the upside. But when I see it retreat back to this level at 430, for me, it's becoming a little bit more, I want to say a double top, but it's not quite the right breakdown because this big push up here. But for me, it looks like a rejection for sure. So when we started this morning, it was from a daily to 4 hour, 15-minute. Again, being mindful of the yellow line. This yellow line for me is it's almost like a real easy way to tell directionally where a stock is going to move. That's the 200 EMA. And if I drill in further, the 5-minute is telling me the exact same thing. And when I see confluence of a 55, a 200 break, and that happened, what day was this? Friday. To me, that tells me, okay, well, let's wait for the bounce. Let's see what it does at 200. We rejected all day yesterday, right? Or the day before. So Monday, and then Tuesday we rejected again and stayed below it pretty much all day. Once I saw we broke pre-market, 425 was my entry, round number, psychological level, and then just added all the way through. So again, these moving averages help me quite a bit as like a quick glance, because like we could pull up, let's say Google, for example, same kind of thing, start on daily, figure out your levels, right? There's your head, maybe shoulder. Again, obviously we're coming into earnings, so anything can happen, but right, you got your head here, shoulders here, right? Let me get this thing here. So shoulder one, there's your head, there's your right shoulder. You know, given that markets are like pushing real high, obviously very bullish, but if there is going to be a breakdown, this could be a canary in the coal mine. You know, I'd love to see it push higher. However, it only takes one of these big chip names or tech names to bring things crashing down. But this is a perfect example of, again, now you're in a zone. This is again daily. Go down to 15 minutes. Okay. Notice 200 EMA, holding, definitely holding. All day today, holding. Right? So for me, if we're above that, for me, it's a little more bullish. Go to 5 minute. What's the story telling you there? Well, pretty bullish. All above that yellow line, 200 EMA, 200 EMA. Then we finally broke today. Right? So hence why I want to see that needle and thread. We saw it push below yesterday down to this 186 and 180, what is that? 188.50, call it. I'll just mark it. One second here. So it's like 188.50, 188.60 area. Like if it breaks down to there and it holds, awesome. Even better entry to get in and move higher. That said, if we get there and break, well, maybe our head and shoulders plays out on the daily like we thought it might. But if it helps to do that kind of stuff, I'm more than happy to. I guess part of the challenge is like on every single trade, it's hard to do that. So let's see. I love the feedback, guys. So thank you. Appreciate that. Why did you pick 169.90 to short NVIDIA? Well, let's do that. That was Trent. So first and foremost, how many of you guys use volume profiles? So let's just start with a daily real quick. NVIDIA is one that I trade pretty frequently, as you guys know. What I like to do is find out where my volume profiles are on a lot of these stocks. 170 is a round number psychologically, and I was watching the level 2. So NVIDIA is a little bit of an exception today in the sense that I thought we'd see a little bit of a pullback. Notice these 3 candles moving to the downside on daily, right? So we peaked out here at 174.25. Let's just go ahead and mark that as an example. So we'll just do this. We'll do that. By the way, if MSTR decides to move higher, someone let me know. Let's see. So all-time high, and we'll call that, what day is that? July 18th. 07. Okay. So now we know the date. Now we know the high, right? This is on a daily. I'd pull back to 4 hours, get a look on that. We'll go to 1 hour, get a better look at that. Again, I'm using, when I say get a look at it, look at the yellow line. I know that this is an area of supply demand right here. And we pushed pretty aggressively above that. Notice if you look left, that's why these levels are so important. We rejected, came back through here. We finally get a push. Then we made that support right in here. And just so happened to coincide with 200 EMA, 200 EMA, 200 EMA. We finally get over this. Once we stay above that 200 EMA, we pushed. Hit an all-time high. Look where our 200 EMA is now on a 1 hour. Okay. So I'll just mark that as an example. Obviously, this morning is probably a little bit further up there. Okay. So you ask why 169.90. First of all, it's under 170. where I can afford, if it goes to 170.20 or something like that. Like, I'm not trying to time the top. What I was doing is watching the level 2 this morning. And a lot of times, what I'll do, especially on the daily, give me one moment here, is I will actually put up, say, for example, this. So you notice how you can see where this is your midpoint on the price, right? But where is all the volume at? And for me, like I wanted to see, like we have yesterday, 171.39 was the high, right? On Tuesday. And for me, I wanted to see a 50% retrace of that. So let's go here. Let's get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. There we go. So let's go here. So sentiment was down yesterday, right? Bounced, closed more or less flat-ish. Like based on this open, like, yeah, we're a little bit higher, but if you notice where we closed here, it's still a downside move. So when I say 50% retrace, oops, wrong button. Give me a second. There we go. So in a perfect world, you'd want to see, excuse me, directionally, at least when I do it, I want to see that 50% retrace to the downside from this top of the move. Technically, you should probably go up here. Technically. It should give you this number here, which is pretty darn close to where I was today. But I was watching the level 2. So perfect world, you want to see this break down here for the actual move to the downside. Here we go. At this level. For me, when I was watching the level 2 today, a lot of the resistance was coming in just over 170. So like 170.03, 170.06, and then you start seeing orders in the morning move below that 169.90 level. And so for me, it was like, all right, well, can I get it 170? Maybe, but I may not get my fill. So I could be patient and wait. But if you look at where we would go to 170.40, so arguably I could have got my 170 fill. But I picked 169.90 because I want the price to come to me in that scenario. Does that make sense? Especially when I'm shorting. So a lot of times people want to short and go like, oh, let me, I'm going to try to time the top. For me, it was pushing higher, and I wanted to come back down to my price. And I want to make sure it's above it at that time. Like some people might be like, oh, yeah, why wouldn't you put the price up here to short? Well, because if I put my price there, then the chances of me getting run over and squeezed are a lot higher. Versus if I see it push higher and I set my price down here, let's say, when it comes back on the return, I'm going to get filled on the way down. And then I could decide, well, if it starts doing this or it gets back up to this high, I have a mental stop already baked in, if that makes sense. So rather than go, all right, cool, 170.40 is where we topped out, and we almost hit it twice this morning. If I get at 169.90, I know I've got a 50-cent stop. I can afford a 50-cent stop, no problem. I could have 1,000 shares, and I could not care, right? But for me, that's a big reason why. And I was watching the level 2. So NVIDIA is a somewhat of an example, but it's important that you use all the tools at your disposal. It's not just about a technical chart, just looking at it. Like a lot of times you guys will see, I'll put my entry, like we saw on LMT this morning or just recently. The price on LMT was below 419, right? I know, let me change this, guys, give me a second. I know that 418.88 was a level that was April's low, and we tagged it twice yesterday, and we made money on it, right? So if you don't have that level marked on your chart, you should. Give me a second here. 418.88. So I put my price at 419 because I wanted to go through I wanted to get strong enough to get into my target price. Because at the time it was at like, what, 418.40 or something like that. And you could argue, well, why not get in then? Well, I want to see the push. I want to see the push to show, okay, we can get to 419. Well, if you get to 419, then you're going to try to 420 and then maybe a 422 and a 420. Why? Because here's your 200 EMA sitting up at 422.80. It doesn't have to happen, but I'm going to play the game of probabilities. If I know I have a higher chance, like on a 1 minute, as soon as we got above that 200 EMA, we pushed higher. On a 5 minute, we're still quite a bit lower. Another way you can use it, yet another tool, if you'd like. We talk about an anchor VWAP quite often. There you go. There's your anchored VWAP. So you can use your anchor VWAP instead of these other, SMA, EMAs, whatever. And notice what happened. Like we opened down here. Now where are we at? We're right at the anchored VWAP from when we had earnings 2 days ago. That makes sense? So there's so many ways to look at it. It just depends. Like I use every possible tool I possibly can, especially like when there's earnings. We've talked about it 100 times. Anytime you have earnings or a big move on a stock, I highly recommend using an anchored VWAP to identify a key level pretty quickly for you. And then you can tie in all the other stuff, volume profile and levels, etc. But like especially on a big earnings move, like it's important to know this anchored VWAP, like whether you were here at the open and you're like, great, well, my max, if I was going to go long, would be the low of the session yesterday, as an example, let's just say. So there's a close, and you can technically say at the close, because it's pretty much right there, okay? So if you know that's your potential stop, and you open at, let's just say 415 or so, and you wait to get in around 411, 412 on LMT. This is an example. You know your stop should be somewhere down here. I mean, maybe you undercut, but you don't want to be long if you're breaking down, right? But your first target would be this anchor VWAP. Then it would be the 200. Then it would be right here, look left, this 432. So again, these levels matter because they represent areas of liquidity and supply demand. But I mean, again, hard to talk through every single one of those at every single time. But I'm more than happy, maybe if it's helpful during the weekends or something like that, if we just put a session together and we can walk through some charts, if that's helpful, because there are so many ways of looking at charts. Like if you want to look at, oh, hey, just because I've got an ascending triangle and a this and that there should be a breakout. Yeah, that's fine. But let's talk about like what's the industry, what's that actual vertical doing, right? If we know, for example, NVIDIA, strong stock, great. But what's the stocks doing? That doesn't look great, right? What's AVGO doing? Well, it's kind of trying to hold the close. You know what I mean? Like if you just look at industry first, then look at market, then look at stock, then look at everything else. Everyone's got their own, I'll say setup on like how to look and approach a particular stock in a position. But all of those things will matter to you different than they will for me or the next person in the room. That said, I mean, a lot of times when we're posting trades in the morning, it's hard to walk through the definitive details of a trade. Like, again, NVIDIA is a little bit of an exception where I know we're up near all-time highs. I know 170 was a little bit of an issue. And we've opened yesterday. Look we pushed above this 200 EMA and immediately came cracking down. Pure selling. So already this tells me directionally, someone's trying to get out of this thing. I get it. It's super, up near all-time highs. So now the question is like, where's the areas of support that people are going to come buy it? You could argue, well, pre-market, people bought it up. Well, here's another fun one. Let's see how accurate this was if you were looking to go long. Here's your 50% retrace. You guys want a fun, easy one? In fact, I talked to one of the people that I'm mentoring right now. Is if you see an opposing move pre-market that's dramatic like this, take the bottom end of your move to the top end of your move and find your 50% retrace. It's right where we stopped today. But you can even use things like ORB, right? If you want. To figure out like, hey, where's your opening range? If we're above that opening range, do you go long or do you go short, right? For me, this hasn't been, look at this level. This was a high of the session yesterday with the exception of the open, right? Because we sold off. This area was your highs of the day, all day. Rejected here, and we went lower. Well, what do we do today? We tested that area, fair value gap. right? So we dumped into the close. People bought it up back to this level. We tried to open, push higher, hold it, came back and retested it. Well, now that we're moving higher, this is likely going to just break out. So I'm not going to short at 169.90 anymore, right? Why would I? Now you're seeing this positive flow to the upside. So if anything, this is a potential opportunity to go long this stock. But hopefully this helps, like, drawing this up. Like once we broke this level, we went straight down, retested it, down, retested it, down. Once we came and held it this morning, once we did that last retest right in here, I mean, look at the wicks of rejection. So this is a great long play. I was sitting there talking about these other stocks, but this is a perfect play to go long. You're above the 200 EMA, you're in this fair value gap, and you're going to push higher. More than likely. Again, no guarantees, but your probability goes up when you're measuring these types of movements. So, sorry, let's maybe read some of this. Why do you sometimes only target a $2 move and next time $6? For stop losses, a lot of that's preference, sizing, and the stock. As an example, MSTR can move. I keep using MSTR because it's a nasty mover. MSTR can move 15 points, right, in a session. Or Tesla, right? Tesla can move $10, $20 in a session. But if you look at your average trading range for a given stock, and depending on my size, so I might be like, look, like I'm gonna take a little more risk, let's say on LMT, because also kind of spready stock and a bigger mover. I might expand my potential exposure on a trade, but my size will be smaller. So instead of, having 100 shares, maybe I have 20 shares or 50 shares because maybe I'm trying to build that position. You asked the question about stop losses, or I should say targets of $2 and $6. It's the same way. So if I'm willing to have a stop loss, I also have to be willing to have a target. And it's the same concept. Bigger the stop, bigger the volume, at least for me. I'm willing to scalp in a move. Well, let's use NVIDIA. So we're talking about that earlier. NVIDIA, for example. Like, this is not a massive move to get, 1.5, 2 points. But when you're holding 1,000 or 2,000 shares, like, yeah, you want to get out of the way pretty quick. And then if I leave the last, 50, 60, 100 share, whatever, like, I don't care because that could literally go minus 60 and I'm still up on the trade. So just, again, that's a preference. Like, some people want that 1R, 2R. I mean, the reality is a lot of what I do now is, scalping a lot during these opens. But when you're looking at trades for the full follow through, like this, let's say from yesterday, 9 out of 10 times, I don't catch that whole move. I'll catch that move to like right here. And then I'll let the runners go down to like, I don't know, probably stop out in this area. But again, it's definitely a style. It's a preference. It's how everyone trades is going to be slightly different. But my goal is to capture, 60 to 80% of the move, ideally. And then in the process, pay myself so that my risk goes down tremendously because now I can maybe afford to hold it a day or two afterwards. Like this, the LMT, what I've got left on LMT, like I don't coulda, shoulda, woulda taken the options, but I didn't get filled. Oh well. But like it's not gonna kill me to hold this position. We're up a point, fine. But if it goes up 10 points, that's a worthwhile trade for me. So I hope that answers your question a little bit. It would be nice to know if you're using Orb, Gap, and Go, 200 EMA, etc. Yeah, I've mentioned that before, Ali. So happy to, maybe we'll do that in a weekend session. LBRT target, 13. Let's pull it up again. I already took my partials, so how's it doing? I'm spending time chatting about this stuff. Sweet. Keeps moving. Awesome. Ari would be very useful. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, cool. We'll do that. I do. One of my best plays is anchored VWAP, Fibber Chase. Exactly. Yep. Justin nailed it. Yeah. I used it especially for earnings. Like, let's look at someone give me another name from earnings that we had this week. Let's see. I don't know. Coca-Cola, maybe? Sure, we could do Coca-Cola. Let's look at a different one. NXPI. This is what I'm looking for. See these big candles? So here's your earnings date. So This one won't be as dramatic because it's kind of sideways. But anchored VWAP, go to where the move happened. Ideally on a higher time frame, 5, 15 minute, 15 minutes, fine. We'll just use that real quick. I'm trying to find one that's a little more dramatic. Like Texas Instrument. Here we go. Texas Instruments. Let's use this. Okay. Nice movement. There's your, moving averages, so on and so forth. Watch it as you snap an anchored VWAP on this thing. You ready? So the reason why this matters is you're anchoring the VWAP instead of on your current price action, which is what, it's a volume weighted average price over the period of time that you specify, in this case, 15 minutes. It'll change a little bit, but that anchored VWAP is based on the price from that moment forward. Okay. What's fascinating about this is that if you look at it from here's like normally we're trading what, 2 minute, 1 minute, 5 minute, typically at the open, right? Shorter time frame. But you got to inspect it at higher time frames. You always have to inspect it. So initial move is down. I'm going to get rid of these little whiskers. Give me a second. No. Okay. All right. So this is on a 5 minute. Obviously, we're opening lower, pretty obvious. But where are we going to get the bounce and where can we get justification on, continue push to the downside? Well, what happens? We push up to the anchored VWAP, retest it, hold it. We're sitting above the 200 EMA, push higher. Once we break the 200 EMA, there's your potential first entry, potentially, if you were shorting this. Why? Because directionally we are down. Potential first entry, then you have your exit right above pre-market orb. Okay. That's, we'll say, trade option or potential number one. Number two is you can just wait for any of the shorts because you're still under your anchored VWAP. And until you get back to this level, it's your decision on where you want to take profit. Right? So you'd have to move 2.5% to the upside, 5 points, right, to get potentially stopped out. So it just depends on your risk tolerance. Stocks like that. But the anchored VWAP, for me, it helps a great deal because now if someone's going to push to try to, collect on some money that they lost out of this trade, they're going to at least try to push the anchored VWAP because that's just a program button you can push on your high frequency traders. They could just click a button and say, hey, fill this gap basically. But more than likely, you're going to have you have the VWAP, the actual VWAP, and you have the 200 EMA to compete with to move higher to this anchored VWAP. So there's a couple levels that have to, you have to get through to move continually to the upside. And there's no real news to push it. So, I mean, maybe not the best example to go long, but it's just worth noting. It just depends. Each stock has its own behavior, its own patterns, as you guys know, right? Volume. But I'm more than happy to go through this. In fact, maybe what we could do, if you guys can, namely, Ari, Ali, and a few others, I'm more than happy. Let's find a few stocks that you've traded, or maybe some trades that you got wrong, which is totally fine. Okay. We're here to learn. We're not here to criticize. So if you can, find a couple of those and let's walk through it. Like maybe if anything, you can say, hey, here's why I got into this trade, or here's why I thought it would work, or here's whatever. And then we can walk through it together and go, here's why maybe it wouldn't. And we can even do like replays. So I don't know if you guys have ever done that, but you can actually do replays on some of these stocks in real time. So you can literally just click on this and, we can walk through it together on like what it would look like during a trade, right? So it just replays the actual candles. We can slow it down. So we can keep an eye on like, oh, hey, well, what happened during that particular session? Well, this is what the movement looked like. And why did you get in at this time? And right. So when I'm journaling, a lot of times, this is the type of stuff that I'm doing depending on the trade. And it's important. Like we all should be doing this. But let's maybe do that if you guys are open to it. So yeah, Ali, I'm going to count on you for that. Ari, I'll count on you for that. And then a couple other, you guys want to bring like, I don't know, 2 trades that maybe you did wrong or did right, and then see how maybe I would structure it. And then we can also take into account some of the tools you might be using. It could be just a good learning opportunity for the community. Happy to do that. We'll see if I can find some time this weekend, and I'll post an alert for those of us that are interested in learning about it. We could join, and then of course get better at it. So happy to share at least my knowledge. I'm not going to claim to know everything, but big thing is how to become a profitable trader. It is, I don't say an art form, but it's a personal thing. I know, like, say for example, Darren. Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Darren. Appreciate that. And Frank, appreciate that as well. But it's stuff like, Darren's probably got a way of looking at charts. Frank maybe has a way of looking at charts. Justin has a way of looking at it. And so, I want to encourage all of you to share your best practices in this community. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's all about. This market doesn't give a hoot about anyone's feelings. Let's be honest. It doesn't care about feelings. It does care about like everyone's tactic and strategy that, maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't, but maybe it works for me and it's not working for you. And maybe you could learn from me. And again, that's the beauty of having this community is ideas, right? And who was it earlier? Was it you, Justin, that talked about school fees? Sometimes it's testing a strategy that works for you. Like I don't care if I miss out on, for example, we shorted here, whatever, in this area on NVIDIA. And we collected I was watching the 200 EMA with you guys. What did we do? We got paid first here. That move is not significant, okay? But my sizing was significant enough that, hey, guys, a point on that trade, I'll take it. I'll bank my profit. Like I'm not trying to make, what does Warren Buffett say? Everybody wants to be rich, just nobody wants to get rich slow. And I think that's the trouble with trading. With trading, you can get rich slowly. Yeah, you can get lucky and FOMO and hit one out the park and there's a gamma squeeze on a given stock or whatever. But like, I don't know. I've never played that game. As long as you guys have seen me trade, it's just not my style. Never has been. I'm not saying it never will be. Like maybe one of these days I'll hit a grand slam like that and I can't wait. But until then, I'm base hit, double, triple, home run. I've had a couple big wins, but it's just basically like sizing and then trade on a move. Like I'd have some conviction, say, for example, on names like Tesla or Coin or something like that, and, just go heavy on the action, but that's not very common. So bummer. If that, if you're looking for that kind of trader, then I'm probably not the right one to follow on that. Let's see. Everyone has their own style. There are infinite number of strategies, high level chess. Yeah, you love it. Exactly, Justin. You're totally right. And it's got to work for everyone. And I say it's got to work for everyone in the sense that, like, look, this is a hard business. There's so many people that will like talk about charts or talk about whatever, and that's like all they know. That's one part of this practice, one part of this game. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't understand fundamentals, problem. You need to understand fundamentals, right? If you understand technicals, great, but to what extent? Like, understanding technical analysis is not just charts and a couple lines. It's understanding volume profiles. It's understanding behavioral patterns. It's understanding like a myriad of different aspects of technical trading, including, the actual numbers themselves. So like doing algorithmic trading and understanding key aspects from that perspective as well. So anyway, I'll stop rambling. Point is like, I'm happy to share whatever I can that'd be helpful. That said, it's not financial advice. It's just an opinion. So there's also that. Trading, fishing, what does that mean? Trading, fishing, the ultimate path to financial freedom. Base hits, like Scott says. Yeah. Same thought process, yeah. Guys, I'm going to leave the rest of this LBRT. Shout out to you, Mark, for that trade. Thank you for that. We'll let that thing run. And then let's, I'm going to write it down. Maybe probably Sunday would be better if that works for you guys. And again, I'm going to count on you guys. So Ali, Ari, a couple other you guys who mentioned it. I don't know, Darren, if you're open to it. If you guys can, or Trent, if you guys can make it on Sunday, I'll send an invite. But I want to make sure you guys would be willing to bring at least a trade or two or a chart or two that we can talk about live with some real, Q&A and kind of setup. Go through what you view, how I would view it, and then go from there if that works. Can I count on you guys for that? Otherwise, I don't want to, it's Sunday. Yeah, Dan, no problem, man. Thanks to you. Thanks for being part of the community. So it sounds like agreeably everybody would want to learn more about technicals. Is that fair to say? Like charts specifically. Is that right? 'Cause I could bore you to death. It work for you mostly for sure. Okay. You can help with that too, Justin. All right, cool. So let's do that. I mean, at least we got 3 of you guys interested. Obviously, we'll count on the community to join that as well. But I'll send a note. For those of you guys are members, you'll see it on the alert. I'll get an idea of timing. It'll probably be in the evening on Sunday. It just works better for me. But let me figure out how to structure it. In the meantime, find those couple trades or a couple stocks that you want to take a look at. Okay. Rick, primarily TA trader. Okay. Got to be in the like evening, afternoon, Sunday. Steve is kind of what I'm anticipating. You still need a t-shirt before you join. All right, Rick. Oh man, you know we had some made and they were really bad quality ones, and I'm like, that is not going to work. So maybe that's just me. I like nice things. I don't want to be giving you guys a shirt that you wash once and it just disintegrates. that would suck. Well, guys, I'm going to keep an eye on Google. I'll run up here on 11:20, 11:30 or so. You guys know that's about my time to call it. LMT, I'm going to hang on to for a little bit. Again, we'll see what happens. And I might actually be able to get my call options after all. Let me put them back out there, $1.40. Sure, why not? All right, with that, Scott will be here tomorrow. I'm going to take off for the day, guys. Beautiful green day for me. Hopefully the same for you guys. Justin, probably. Sorry, a link for the Sunday session? Was that what you're asking about, Frank? Yeah. So if you can, there's a little in the room. See where it says launch mobile app? Go to your top left corner. There's like the little, we'll say the burger button. I don't know what else to call it. The freckle. I don't know what burger button. Then you see the people. And then you see a little mobile device. Click on that, download the mobile app, and I'll send an alert Sunday kind of with the time. Maybe even Saturday. I'll just give you guys a heads up like when I plan on opening up on Sunday. I just got to figure out where we're going to be because we're doing some running around this weekend. But I'm guessing it'll probably be, I don't know, Sunday 4 or 5-ish Eastern. Be my guess. Let me firm up that time, but I wrote it down, so it's happening. It's just a question of what time we'll go live on that. I'll actually see if Scott could join too, because maybe he'll be able to add some insight. Just don't know what his schedule looks like on Sunday. Let's see. Yeah, I'm in the Maryland, DC area, Justin. East Coast. Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, look, I'm gonna call it. We will see you tomorrow at the opening, and Scott will be here. NVIDIA looks great for a long position. I may actually take it long. We'll see, but we took it short this morning. I'll wait. I'll just be patient. But anyways, y'all, appreciate you. Thanks for the feedback. I really do appreciate that. It was live. It wasn't like some email or something. So that's great. And look, we should have an open forum like that. As long as it's helping the team grow, I'm all for it. If it's just because you're upset or badgering, look, I get it. There's a time and place for that. Just let's keep it professional here. At the end of the day, like I get it, this business can be frustrating. It can also be very, very rewarding. So, but appreciate all y'all joining every day. Uh, just keeping your head in the game, learning, being open to it. But with that, I'll let you go. See you guys tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.